taking a look at the market on open imbalance, 153 million to the buy side.
Morning, good morning. Russell leading on the day. We actually held yesterday's opening range as supportive at 88 and are pushing. It's interesting. ES as well, basically same range. NQ is the only one that's kind of shifted down. Small gap above, but still holding our supports from yesterday. Not too much has changed. Morning, Flex. Great. A push. See if we can play off of this 37.25. This is that range that we held yesterday at end of day. Gonna be looking for dips to be bought into this. My current view is Russell is going to need to keep up momentum because NQ doesn't have any upside right now. So either NQ needs to find a low, right? We recover our ETH low and then we can push, attempt at the highs, or we're relying solely, I should say, on the Russell continue us up. If at any point this momentum stops, and NQ is still below this 405 and our ETH low, right, that's going to cause a major dump if the Russell stops. We're going to be looking for dips to be bought in this blue zone, and we're looking for a recovery of our 241 here. If we don't see buyers step in to recover 37s on any attempt into it, I would say that we're probably headed here to come back down to our POC before the shift. That's kind of what I'm looking at. So I think, again, NQ, you're playing off of this right here as your resistance, and you're looking for a recovery of this level. Gonna push above is the 30-second opening range low. And we're just waiting to see if the Russell loses momentum at all, right? ES is going to be pretty stagnant if NQ is sideways and the Russell is pushing up. So one of two things will happen. Either NQ gains momentum with the Russell, or the Russell loses momentum, and that gives direction. We just wait to see which one loses or gains. So we need to see a pushover of this 37.25 off the hold of our 33.50 if we want to see acceptance back in this range, or this will be our failure. Into our first target here on downside. Need to see if this will cause a bounce. For ES downside, you need to see our Globex low become resistance, and then our offer moving below this 33.50 for a push down to our POC yesterday. If this bounces here and the Russell is able to hold the higher low, right, that's going to result in sellers getting trapped here across the board, and we're gonna have to wait for NQ to find selling pressure again for more downside. Good. Need RTY and NQ to be moving in your direction, or you just get slow grind down. So far looks good on NQ for resistance at pH low. I want to see if this area will hold now. I personally like to wait for a reoffer a bit higher to go into this. Just because Russell's still holding and at our 350 base. But this is where you can start to attempt. Right, we still need to look below and then hold. But it's like a it's not high probability right here, I guess is the best way to put it, because NQ being able to find an active buyer here has a potential. I'd like to see the Russell be able to hold this lower high to start kind of this channeling down. It doesn't get that, right? You're really relying on weakness. You just keep an eye on NQ to lead us. We just make sure that yes is able to maintain here on resistance. If it breaks above that, then I would say that we're probably going to head back up to 7 since we be in that position.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, ECB Sonoris is due to be speaking in London.
Watch the Russell into value low. Or sorry, watch NQ our value low test off this. Looking for a strong reoffer there for it to be a resistance, or again, we will just kind of come back up further. So this is like your real only attempt here. This. With the Russell also lagging. We want to see strong sellers step in. Where the obvious move is for it to just come back up to balance. To,
so oil futures
gain liquidity again.
Gains with US crude up by $2 a barrel now.
Watch as the Russell comes into value low. For a bit of relief, if it's going to happen, that would be where I'd expect failure, right? Then we'll get the confusion back down to our Globex high. So we're looking to see if the channel holds. You expect a bounce if that channel does remain. If we do see resistance, right, then we're looking for target.
In 5 minutes' time now at the top of the hour, we expect comments from ECB Stonoris, who speaks in London. There's no indication of a text or a Q&A.
If downside's going to happen, it needs to happen relatively soon. Falling. NQ's able to hold while the Russell comes back down to its mean, then it's just going to cause a bounce and a failure from sell side to gain acceptance below, right? So we really need to see some initiative sellers step in soon. See this price action that we're looking at here with this node building out? Like, as soon as we get acceptance over, I would say probably 35s, if we ever see a bid step in to defend that, then it's going to come up to at least value high. So this is why we're being very careful here. Need to see aggressive sellers continue to defend that overnight level. That push down to POC, yesterday POC.
shortly expecting comments from ECB Stenoris.
Watch as NQ comes into our 2450 to 10 area. First target for downside. ES still looking for reactionary Q bounces here. Gonna risk off one, come down, support for ES. Looking for lower lows now. Ability for the offer to move down with price. Got one more here as we push into 28. We're now at yesterday POC. This is the first target. If this becomes resistance, we can look for more. Until then, treating this as the low. I am 2/3 out of my position. We do see acceptance below here, right? Then we can look for yesterday's value low, our next target. But this is what we were looking for off the failure of our down to 28.5 area. Yes. Photo. On something like that, where you're added as we approach 28, stop at break even on older contract. For my last contract, yeah, I mean, it's just above Globex low. I mean, I'm not really expecting too much more until we see acceptance below. This is kind of our pivot, so we're now just looking to see if basically this is what I'm looking for to now be resistance, right? We're looking for sellers to continue to find acceptance below value, and we're watching where our POC is here, which is where the shift just happened, right? And we have a node that's built here, so we want to see if acceptance now is holding this area as resistance. So again, I'm mostly risked off here because I don't expect too much more downside until I see the Russell below this level. This doesn't make sense. Like, we're bouncing off of our overnight high, right? This is what our target was. So we hit targets across the board. So to expect more, it's just kind of greedy. But I'll leave a runner if like the overall trend is down. Which it is, right? And so like I feel like that there's potential for more. And so I'll always leave a runner if I feel like the overall trend has potential for more. But yeah, not a ton here. Like, is the Russell still just holding our channel? Yes. But did we come down to targets? Yes. So it's like I need to take risk off because it was the plan, and now I need to wait for the next setup to occur. So yeah, I mean, I don't really know what to tell you there. That trade wasn't the best because it was the market's slow, and trying to shorten a slow market never feels great. But it had merit because we did see that weakness on the Russell, and we saw that NQ had lost, was kind of leading down. So like the general idea is like there's no long, so the only opportunity if looking for a trade there for me personally was a short. Seeing that we rejected yesterday value high at open, right? So it's just like, okay, well, if that's the case, then we're still showing that this area is balanced. And so if that's how the market is moving right now, then we know where we're most likely headed, which is back to a POC to see if buyers are still interested in this area, which they are showing some interest at least. But we are still just within yesterday's end of day balance. Is resistance, pushing into a resistance here on the Russell. So we'll see if the seller is still present and willing to push price down from here, right? Or if we can gain acceptance above value high. If that is the case, then it's the exact same trade criteria again for this ES move, where we're looking for the Russell to lose momentum up at our resistance here, and for ES to be able to defend the Globex low for another leg. So we're just waiting for that confirmation. NQ trying to attempt a higher low here from our supportive base. I'd like to see ability to push below the. We're going to get more, or this can just be a basing. And again, like it's the same idea as before. It's like either this Globex low, ETH low, and POC area will continue to maintain as where our seller is present, or we will rotate back up to where value high is, right? This is value low, this is POC, this is value high. So if we make a supportive push here, we know where we're headed, and that's where your next attempt for a short will look like, right? That's also your next long target if we do push over Globex high. Right now, you're just in the middle. So watch as we approach on RTY into our resistance here off of our period value zone and our value high off the daily. And just see if we lose momentum, right? It's going to be very hard to get a short if you think that if NQ and RTY are pushing, what's going to cause it? Doesn't make any sense. Your next bearish leg will much better if we see acceptance below yesterday POC. Until then, you're just in this balance from yesterday's price action, trading between our 2 period value zones yesterday, right? Your first real risk off on NQ into 350s, as well as ES into our 3738 area value high on ES, our value low, period value low Q into 350. So we need to see acceptance above this if you want more upside. his first target off of the rejection of our 350, 324.50. Again, you need to see a push below this, or this is where you're looking for buyers to be located. They've identified the ranges. Everything is still holding the ranges. Again, for more downside, you see a push below 310, acceptance below where we've been seeing buy side present, then you can look for lower. Till then, this is your range and currently trading.
UK's Chancellor Hunt says, I wasn't happy the tax cut plan revealed before the budget, as he speaks to the Treasury Committee now. In 10 minutes time now at the bottom of the hour. See the release of the weekly EIA crude oil inventories number. Forecast 1 million on the prior one spot 367 million. Those are builds. The range sees a build of 2.1 million to a draw of 2.06 million. Gasoline inventories forecast sees a draw of 2.2 million on the prior draw of 4.46 million. Distillate inventories forecast a draw of 1.05 million on the prior draw of 4.131 million. Crude Cushing inventories, the prior was a build of 0.701 million.
Is it different? I mean, oh, the one on Discord might just be broken. Gotta add Tom to reload it. Play spot. He runs it on a virtual server, so he just has to refresh it. Thanks for letting me know. I am streaming the same audio, but I don't have control over the voice bot. I'm just on the site itself, logged in. Through financial juice. NQ range still in play. First risk off if you're shorting is 24.50 again off of 350s. I really don't think that there's a viable trade right now until we break out of this. Price is just moving too slow. If you want to trade the range, right, the ranges are pretty defined, but I'm just being patient and waiting.
UK's Chancellor Hunt says the UK economy is not growing particularly fast.
Yeah, I mean, if we break over 360, like, we're gonna come back up to POC, but like that 380, 90 on NQ, I would say pretty quickly. The problem is just like with the Russell at value high and ES at value high here, it just makes the trade a bit, I don't know, great word. It just makes it feel like a coin flip, unless you're like playing NQ specifically. And I hate giving out like specific, like only some people can participate in this thing, because I know a lot of you are uncomfortable trading NQ, so rather only talk about things when everything's in sync. That you guys don't take a trade on a different indice and then it doesn't work, and then everyone else is an NQ and you're trapped.
So we're now 5 minutes away from the bottom of the hour, and we see the release of the weekly EIA inventories numbers. Crude oil inventories forecast is a build of 1 million on the prior build of 1.367 million.
Like what I have
Mostly
drawn
build of
is
2.1
pretty
million to a
accurate,
draw
and
of
I think will
2.06
happen
million.
if we see acceptance over the
Gasoline
seller
inventories
here.
forecast is a draw of 2.2 million.
But again, it's
on the prior
just,
draw
it's
of
rough.
4.46 million. Distillate inventories forecast is a draw of 1.05 million on the prior draw of 4.131 million. Inventories of crude in Cushing, the prior was a build of 0.701 million.
Yep, higher lows. True. It's so true. BTC back to 72.5. Holy. You gonna buy? It's going 100K, you said. Surely that's a good investment. Dude, that's a 30K upside for your price target. Surely you're putting the house down on it.
So the House has votes to pass the TikTok divestment bill. The vote is ongoing. So again, US House has votes to pass the TikTok divestment bill with votes ongoing. One minute remaining. I'll lead with the EIA crude oil inventories.
Hmm.
Ten seconds.
See what this news does.
Build a draw, sorry, 1 spot 536 million, draw of 1 spot 536 million, lower than the expected build of 1 million. Gasoline inventories, a draw of 5 spot 662 million, draw of 5 spot 662 million. It's lower than the expected draw of 2 spot 2 million. Distillates, a build of 0 spot 888 million, build of 0 spot 888 million, higher than the expected draw of 1 spot 05 million. Inventories of crude in Cushing is a draw of 0 spot 22 million, a draw of 0 spot 22 million. Seeing a bit of strength in WTI after the larger than expected storage draw in crude oil inventories. And in the EIA, the Department of Energy say the US SPR is up 0 spot 596 million barrels at 361 spot 556 million barrels now.
Buyers just keeps getting absorbed up here on NQ. This 350 to like 55 area. And we'll get a pretty dramatic move when we break out of the range with how much absorption's been happening. Either this buyer fails on his positioning here at this like 350, 355, right? And he gets stuck, right? And we'll know he'll be punished pretty heavily under I don't know, 37s on NQ. Until then, you're just kind of ranging, trading between these two players. If the seller who's absorbing here gets screwed, right, like we'll get that immediate pop up to value high in our POC at that 390. But until then, right, like the ranges are defined. Very, very, very. It's just patience. Use this time to find your edges and understand where where we are. Right? No need to stare at the candles when you could be planning your next trade. So on this pop above, I'd like to see NQ now be able to hold tier off of this like 56 on any sort of free bid. If this attempt fails, that's when you kind of feels terrible, right? So we want to see this guy just fully engage here off of this previous seller. I want to show it now is supportive. Because if he fails on this look above, you now have like he's now fully trapped. We get back below. So really keep an eye on this 60 to like 55 edge of this node. See if we can bid off of it, or if we get a look below, understand that this guy will most certainly be trapped. So we want to see a pretty significant bid on this edge. We want all offers now to be able to defend 50 on any sort of retest, and then this buyer is toast. So just keep an eye on this 50-55, where the buyer failed to defend. He is now trapped up at 65 to like 68 on it. So we look for reoffers, see if the seller has strength. I'd like 40s now to hold on a defense from sell side, ideally. But this can come back up to 50s, so I'd like to see the offer now move down to its 40 level on NQ.
The US House passes a bill that would force TikTok sale or face a ban. So again, the US House passes a bill that would force a TikTok sale or face ban.
Early they ban it. How do you guys feel about TikTok? Any TikTok enjoyers? $25K a week. What kind of videos does he make? I swear every time I go on there now, they're just trying to sell me like coconut oil dental wash.
According to the EIA, weekly US crude
Like
oil
every other
imports
video.
fell in the latest week to the lowest since March last year.
He does lives. It's really not. I keep like saying I don't want to recommend this channel. You guys know what I'm talking about? Like the neuro like teeth whitening thing. I don't know if you get those ads. Holy shit. Non-stop. Even though I say don't recommend. Everything is just an ad on that site now. This is still a pretty two-sided auction. I thought we were going to get a bit more from that buyer being offsides, but 50-55 still being defended. We're seeing the offer lower, but there was no follow-through at the 38, right? Like there just wasn't. Buyer still very present there. So balance is still persisting. We need to see a breach below and then the offer be able to hold that 38.40 on NQ if you want more downside. As of right now, you just have still two players. It's a pretty passive day. Not a fan. Keeping an eye on this 81 on NQ. We push into 81.90, value high. There's like zero. We're getting a little bit more now, but there's like no attempt to try to do anything about that in between. Just no willingness to try to prevent the buy. Super thin. Keep an eye on the Russell as we come into value low. See if we get another bounce into that green box. Just continue to use this as an oscillator, right? Only way this becomes bearish is if this becomes our rejection point, or we're looking for this to lift again. From value high here, we want to see like 70 to 65 now defended, like pretty hardcore on any sort of rebid in where this previous buyer was trapped. I want to see people defend. Russell getting a bounce where we thought it would. Just need to see if it'll be a lower high or if it'll be a full trace. I'm gonna actually put a fixed range on the better I looking at. So I'm gonna turn off everything just for a second so we can understand where we are. So we've rejected value high, but what we're gonna be watching is our reaction back in this tail of this node that we just put out. We really want to see buyers be able to defend this and push off of it and gain acceptance over 381. We want a range break, or we're gonna continue to just balance it, right? Our value high, value low. POC, of course, is the mid here. We're looking for buyers to be able to defend this level.
Oil refinery in Russia's Rostov
if you want a breakout, that is what we need. It's the same thing for ES, where we have just attempted above value high here. All we did was come back up to our selling POC beforehand. We're now looking for a higher low to be able to put in, or we're going to continue to trade within this range, right? We see that the Russell is leading to the downside. We need a bid to step in there for a bullish move to make sense. As right now, we're still just trading within balance. So really watching the Russell to see if it can recover value low here, get back into oscillating in this range, and watching to see if this area still remains. Liquidity is being sought on NQ. or the move back down to 350. So this is where we'll look for a bid on NQ. Back to our POC from a rejection of value high. Again, I'm not incredibly bearish on NQ until we can push below 38s and then show that as our offer. This just kind of makes sense to be our bounce point for right now. Pretty lame, to be honest. But it is what it is. What we have to play off of right now is this node, right? We have an edge here and we have an edge here. The reason why I'm interested below that 38 is there'd be a rejection of this tail for a continuation down. This is a buy side, right? Where we're looking for buyers to be able to defend the mid, the high of this tail. So until we show acceptance below this area, we expect this to be. So let me just label it, like maybe this will help. Like that's the distribution. Treat this as your edge of the node. That's your risk off. This is the tail. Either we see acceptance below this, or this will be where buyers are continued to be found, as they have been. What we're looking for now is 350, 355, again, to be resistance here. Right, the top of this distribution. This is where our buyer lifted off of last time where we failed, right? So we need to see this like 38-40 area on NQ defend, or we will just come right back up into 50-55. Right? This node will continue to oscillate until proven otherwise. We need to see this buyer gone and the offer willing to defend this area or continuation down, or we will oscillate back up to this green box. We're looking for the offer to move down with price and then defend the level that buyers were previously at. Or we will continue to rotate. Keep an eye as ES pushes into value low here. This is where we'll look for that reoffer. I'm gonna delete this now that's played. Keep an eye for the reoffer based off of the relief that we expect from here and here. We then watch to see where our seller steps in, if they are going to step in for a push down. We expect this area to now be defensive. Sell side going to hold, right? Back to the bottom of our balance. Twist off one NQ here into value low at 320. Now we see if we can get acceptance below. So for order blocks, are those passive orders? Are you talking about like ICT order blocks? I'm not too familiar with I'm probably not the best person, but I know that ICT's concepts are mostly based off of order flow. He's just rebranded it all for his own benefit. But I don't know exactly how he explains it, so I don't want to give you the wrong answer. Yeah. So like I usually call things like I will say imbalance over the word FET, right? For that acronym. But like they're pretty interchangeable for how we use them. But I'm not, and the only reason we use that like vernacular is because people are more familiar with the term fair value gap than imbalance itself. Did I say order block? I don't know. If I did, I don't remember. But yeah, I'm not too familiar how he uses them. We're just looking for reoffers. the same as before. We need to see if this node now is resistance on ES, or if we'll look back in and then trade this balance all over again. So really keep an eye here on this 34 to like 38 area on NQ. See if sell side holds this. I would love to see them defend this. If it gets above that, then I think we probably trade back up to 50, 55. So I want to see this defended pretty aggressively. More downside. Same thing with ES into our POC at 3350 to 35s. Any higher than that, then I would assume that we just trade balance all over again. If you explain like the order flow, the order block concept to me, I could probably tell you what he's trying to say. But I just don't want to give you the wrong information on next.
UBS Global Research cuts UK's full year 2024 GDP growth forecast by 0.4 percentage points to 0.2%.
Order blocks are representative buyers at the sellers. I don't know if ICT knows how to read tape, so I'm gonna assume that he is not looking at that stuff. But I would say, I don't really have yeah, I mean, I understand what a limit is. I just don't trade. I really speak on it, but I would assume it's basically finding large areas of previous or historical liquidity, and then looking at those areas on the attempts back into them to be serve as where limit, and that just makes sense in my mind. But again, I don't trade order blocks, so I don't know. Sorry. I think like if you're going to use I think like the best thing that ICT has done for the community is give the idea of imbalances. Even if people are using them like they don't know why they work, I think that that's the thing that has the most edge in its system, because it's an actual like market profile and order flow based tool, right? Even though he's like calling it something else, I think that probably has the most value and is what you're kind of talking about. Again, if buyers push over this this 40 level, I don't see why we don't just come back up to 50-55. You need to see sellers defend this, or it's just going to rotate this node again. Supportive is still support on NQ. look it up real quick. CT. So an order block in IC, buy side or sell side balance. Okay. I mean, that really has nothing to do with order flow at all. This is target here, 350, 55 on NQ. ES push up into 37s again, just back up the value. Watch as RTY comes up into our 98. Think of that as your resistance, where we look for our reoffer. Market will continue to push as long as the Russell and NQ both have momentum, right? So we want to watch to see what happens into those pivots to see if that momentum ceases. So it looks like mostly order blocks are just based off of golfing at a low. So you get like a sequence of like an ABCD or like a lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, right, for a swing low. And then off of that swing low, you get an that is considered an order block. And then you're looking to play off of that, off of a break of structure back in. So it looks like it's basically based off of just price action and nothing to do with volume. Which I don't think is bad, but it's definitely misleading. But I think like the setup itself is not terrible. It's something that we teach in a similar manner, actually. We're getting our rejection so far on ES off of our 37s. Watch our Globex low as your first risk off. You need to see a push below 35s here for this move to have any validity outside of this range, or this will be where buyers step in again. You need to see the Russell reject here at value low, or we will get back in and then we'll look to trade back up to POC. So you want to see a strong rejection here, or this will just come back up into balance. So like I think one of like the better setups you can do if you just wanted to trade price action free is look for moves that look like this, where we get kind of like a clear seller that engages, we get a pop, we get an imbalance that's created on the upside candle from that lower low, right? This creates an imbalance from a clear buyer who's active and pushing spread, which creates an FEG or just an imbalance in price action. We then look for a attempt back into this area, right, for buy side liquidity to push off, and then that gives you free based off of an active participant. You can even put like an anchored VWAP here play off of this low, and then as this comes into this area, you're looking for buy side liquidity to step in. Because if you treat like, that's probably the better version. Like, this is probably like the. See if I can find some. Like here we have like a clear channeling down, right, where we have an active seller in the market who's pushing price down. We then get a basing that occurs, and then we see an active buyer or someone who's more interested, right, in the short-term action, where we're seeing a one-sided candle for the most part, right? Mostly buy side, really, not compared to, like, you can see these previous candles, they have more two-sided trading with these wicks. So you're looking for a candle that creates an imbalance to play off of, to kind of give you an idea that there might be an active participant there. These candles then you can look at as like where we're looking for pullbacks to occur if price comes back down in, so you can like have an area to play off of, look for an invalidation below that. It's probably a better example. So choppy. Yeah, I don't know. I'll come back to it. So far, there's literally no reason to think that we're not going to just continue to trade balance. Not a strong selling reaction so far off of our value high. So not really much for me to say here. Pretty dull day. Here's an example that I've made. You're basically just looking for this kind of pattern where we create a lower low, a lower high, and then swing low. And then you're looking for a breach of that lower high. And then you get a pop down to where a imbalance was created. And we look for liquidity found there. And we expect limit orders to be placed in this area. And we look for just buyers to immediately draw off of that shift. And then we can look at that as a liquidity grab, and then also pushing these people off sides that were positioned here. So you basically take people off sides, then come back down for liquidity, and then actual move. Were you just talking about order blocks? I was talking about like a variant, like something that I would consider like an order block, I guess. I don't know. I don't want to call anything an order block if you're not looking at actual volume. Like if you don't see deltas to support that it's an order block, not an order block. No matter what you say. Like if volume doesn't show that people are participating there, that it's not actually has nothing to do with orders. Which is why I think like the term is kind of misleading. The same as before, you want to see sellers defend 50, 53 area. It's this node, reverse back down, or we pop and push above. This range sucks, man. I don't really want to trade it anymore. You're looking to see if buyers defend above this, or sellers remain resistance. So sellers failed to defend POC, and of course we then are able to lift off of that right back up to our previous highs. Curious if ES 3637 area will hold. If it does, there's potential for upside. See on the 5 what's attempting to happen. Just need to see if we can defend this lower edge. Ask what was wrong with your computer. Idiot. Yeah, I mean, Nvidia is still also just trading in balance, but I understand what you're saying. The most of the volume being low. I mean, it's just expect this to continue to just trade as balance. See clear acceptance below or above this node. We have two very clearly defined edges. Acceptance will show like this, and then we'll draw off of that. So then, like, it's sideways. when we have like multiple, like this is nuts that like our two zones are literally the same levels. Like there's no shift in balance. So that's telling us that there's no expansion to look for. Like NQ is the only one that's had any sort of shift. And we've seen that value is shifted lower, not higher. Does that make sense what I'm saying? So you can see like our value zones where Russell is holding the same value low and value high. NQ from the previous period. We've seen a shift where our value high now is below where our POC was. So we're seeing a shift of value to the downside. And until we see the ability to hold above this level, not very bullish on the name, but we do need to respect that we are just trading with imbalance, right? With levels. So like I will continue to trade it as a balanced session until I see acceptance below, right? Or acceptance above. There's just no reason to look for more. It's only gonna result in you getting screwed on your position, not just attempting. This thing is this, like clearly balanced right now. That goes for everyone in chat as well. Like we have no shift in value from the open until now. Our zones remain the same. Our stacked signals have been really nice though today. And this was the Russell signal at the high. This is Russell and ES at the low, right? The low. Like they've been pretty consistent with our balance, considering how choppy price has been. But again, like expecting anything outside of this area, just we're seeing immediate reversions outside of value on failure from both buyers and sellers to anything outside of value, right? So outside of value is the area here and the area here. Every attempt outside is immediately reverts back down. Attempt on the outside reverts back up. This is balance. Until we see acceptance outside of it, this is it. But because we're so balanced, you can be patient, and let me see if I can show you. So like, here's today's session. Hi. What do we see on today's session? What's our resistance? Yeah, right. So if we understand that we're still inside yesterday's value, right, and we're failing to accept outside of it, then there's no reason to expect more until this is breached and is able to hold, right? So if this is still being acting as resistance, you have like there are two choices really. Either we continue to trade in yesterday's node, right, which is here. Mark this level where the LVN is. This high. Well, understand where our POC is. So we're going to continue to oscillate. We have our smaller node, right, that we've made on the this. But like our larger structure that we're trading in is either this balance used to persist, right? So we continue to oscillate this range, or we wait for acceptance outside of this range, and our first target will be right here, the low edge of this yesterday's distribution. Next target will be where? Yesterday's value low. Right? So like we can either wait for breakout being acceptance over yesterday's value high in POC for upside, or wait for breakdown outside of today's value, or a push back down to our node edge, our first target, our second target being the low of value low of. Right, so that gives you a plan, and we understand that price will continue to maintain this, and we want to be either playing off of these edges or waiting for acceptance outside of these edges and understanding where our targets are. Until we see either one of these setups occur, you need to treat it as balance, and either you're fine trading balance or you just are waiting, right? It's a game of patience. Yeah, and like again, like Sauce is showing is a great example of him just being patient, waiting to play edges. And like if you're not comfortable trading balance, and that's fine, right? Like today's clearly not the day for you. That's also fine. Like if you don't have a setup, if you're uncomfy in these kind of trades, like we know what today is. So until that paradigm shifts, right? Get out of here. Should actually keep. So the way that if you were going to attempt is, I would say you are looking for shorts in this blue box on a look back into the range, right, to play off of that. You're looking for longs to attempt in this area on a push back into this, because that's it. And you don't touch any price inside of this area that isn't marked. That's it. You're looking to see if buyers are still willing to defend this low. And if they are, we will push back. And then we will see a bid that will move us back up to the highs. And for shorts, you'll see the same thing, where a seller will defend this low, or sorry, this high, and we will look for excitement, right, acceleration back in on a pierce back into this range, or a push back down to the lows. And the reason why you're waiting for that pushback, that pierce back into value, is because we know that the only time that this balance will break is when we stop accepting value, high and low, right? So if a buyer attempts here and a seller is super strong here on this look back in, we will be able to see very clearly that shift where sellers are now valuing this low for continuation down, and that will result in a breakdown. So waiting patiently for the pierce and then the acceleration back will allow you to know if you should be attempting this edge. Something that you can do with the period value zone is you can just, same levels are going to be basically identified for you, right? What you can look for is a pierce below our value line, the recovery, and then play the rebid. You've now seen it happen multiple times. Pierce below, rebid, push. Pierce below, rebid, push. Pierce below, rebid, push. Same thing on NQ. Pierce above, reoffer, push. Pierce above, reoffer, push. Pierce above, reoffer, push. The same level edges, right? This is showing acceptance back into the balance. As soon as these levels hold as supportive and don't pierce back below and reoffer, right? That's when we know we're no longer trying to balance. If this does not hold on a reoffer, right, on a rebid, sorry, like we're looking for this to then become our resistance for continuation down. Until that paradigm shifts, this is it. Hopefully that's helpful. How did Darian change the Euro close time? Why did that pop up at 11:30? Semis are actually the only thing that's right on the day. It's how much of a stranglehold they have on the market right now. So if we know that semis are what's holding us down, right? Well, we can just wait for those names to not get to their pivots and we should be expecting upside. Until that point, they're continuing down, then we should understand that like the general direction bias will be side, like neutral to slightly bearish. You can come back to NVIDIA. Right at that. I can't. Oh, okay, there we go. Why are my alerts lagging so? What is this? NVIDIA almost down to our value low here, so we'll see if we'll get a bounce or if this will be the break out of NVIDIA's balance. We're looking to see if the overall semis now get a bounce, if value persists, right? If NVIDIA does not find a buy, right, and this becomes resistance, then we can look for more downside. If this continues to show as the low for the market, right, then this will recover and we will trace back up.
So Treasury Secretary Yellen says, I have an expectation that the single biggest contributor to inflation will be moving down this year, according to a Fox Business interview.
So looking now to the Fear and Greed Index, 69 out of 100, which indicates greed, while the Crypto Fear and Greed Index is 81 out of 100, indicating extreme greed.
Yeah, because it's not a breakdown, right? It's also like it's just the same trade. It's semis coming back down into value low and now pushing, right? So until we see Nvidia break below, like we know what's controlling the market on the day. So watch as we come into 320s, but this is your risk off for longs, and this is where you'd want shorts to now try to defend. If 310, 320 doesn't hold as resistance here, and Nvidia POC doesn't hold as resistance, right? Then we will traverse back up to the highs of balance. So this is your test. But expecting any sort of more downside as Nvidia is into its value low and is holding doesn't make sense when we know that that's what's leading the market down. So if that's no longer pushing down, what's the reason for continuation, right? That's the reason why I put it up on the screen. This is our re-offer here into value. So this is your long risk off. And we now see if we get a continuation, right, on acceptance above back into value, or if sellers will now finally accept, right, value low, and we push off of that. Excuse me. Hopefully me going through all of that helped. But like, we have correlation, we have an understanding of where balance is, we know that every look below value has failed to hold, and we know that the leading stocks and sector, right, to the downside is semis. So if semis come into a low, what do we expect, right? Watching NVIDIA into POC here, see if it gets a bid.
UK Chancellor Hunt says, I cannot give a time scale for Conservative ambition of abolishing national insurance, and it will be worked on by many parliaments.
Watching the video back into POC again. See if this holds or if this leads down. Back down to our PVZ on NQ, POC on EF. Russell's actually leading this action up with NVIDIA holding POC, but RTY is actually helping us lift here. See how we react here into our node at 103s. Need to see a push above this ES into value high. I wish I could edit these. Is there a 4 pane halfway deep? Yes, we'll try this one. We're screwed. A good time. I think most people are on stream anyways. We didn't even notice until it was like halfway through the day. I'm just treating it as balance until proven otherwise. Just using the video to let us know. Just kind of rotating picks around POC right now. RTY at value high, ES at value high, NQ pushing into it. Not too much to talk about. You gotta stop tagging Dapper in these videos. He hasn't logged into this game in 3 weeks. He's a faker. The poser. Not about the life. He saw Surf bought the game, and that was the last time. Have you guys played since the new balance patch came out? Is it better? Or is it just as cancer? Do I dive? Yeah. I'll dive. Yep. With a good group, it's fine. Well, yeah. You guys tag me, I'll log in. I just don't want to do quick play. Quick play is the worst. Guys, are you on PS5 or your PC? PC. Here, you can add me. I'll do my Steam. Put it in chat. How does Mario say it? Bees. Yikes. Yeah, still rejecting value high. NQ attempting a POC here. Nvidia still flat, but Russell leading us down. I'd like to see buyers attempt at this fixed range POC here in our stacked rebid reversal. If we don't see some like strength from buy side here, expect price to come all the way back down to this low. Right, that's all we're waiting on right now. But you have everything still just maintaining balance with value high, acting at its resistance, right? Not a ton to talk about with how slow we are moving. They just keep killing the American things spawn over. You aren't running. Already failed. Did you watch that what is it, Drewski video where he plays with the CEO, another guy from the product testing team? It's actually pretty solid. I think they failed every single one of their missions though. Yeah, like level 6 difficulty. They failed to extract every time. Yeah, the flying ones are going to be an issue, man. I saw they took like half health on hit. Crazy. I'm gonna stay for the full session just because I think you guys are gonna continue to trade this garbage. But I haven't taken a trade since the Nvidia value low. Like I'm just being honest. Like there's just not a ton here. But I will stay. If I had to guess, I would say Nvidia comes back down to value low here off the rejection of PNC. Well, these are fair enough. Nvidia coming into value low again. We'll see if we get a shift outside of balance or if it remains. Yes, at our 2350 and NQ back to our value low. Waiting for this rotation to complete on Russell back down to our low of this range. An idea of where we're headed. Same with Nvidia into value low. Either we continue to maintain balance, or we'll get a break, right? A breach below, and then the offer hold. Remember, Euro close is now 12:30, right? So we have Euro close in 30 seconds. Oh wait, actually that's not true. That's now. It already happened 3 minutes ago. But that's we should get some rotation now with final positions either being closed or opened, right? So the only catalyst I can really think of that might bring in some change now that we're back down to our value lows. Either we get a shift out of value or at least we get a pushback out our highs. They do like a summer schedule, or I don't know. Posted it before. It's only for this month. They do that. Kind of strange. Again, like stacked has been killer today. Russell stacked at our POC high, ES stacked at our value high, NVIDIA, or sorry, NQ stacked at our POC high, Q stacked at our low, and our reversion signal back. And then the blue and red on NVIDIA here is Apple and Tesla, I believe. Yeah, Tesla and Apple. That's them leading down. I'm getting a buy signal here. But it's been performing pretty well. NVIDIA back to POC here. See if this is resistant. Or if we can make it supportive again. Russell also at the top of our fixed range. Before rejecting. It didn't work, really. I gotta log into. Interesting. It's showing me the same code. I think that's. Maybe this will work instead.
Fed makes no bids for 30-year bonds. So again, top of the hour, do get the 30-year bond sale. The Fed not participating.
Looking to see if NQ can find acceptance here over POC, with NVIDIA also trying. ES is now attempting to try to find acceptance outside of value high. If this 37 can hold on ES, right, we're looking for 40s. Your 30-second opening range lows at 40.75 above. Either this is going to come back down to balance, or we'll be able to hold here. So it's a pretty significant area. You can see what's happened on the last 3 attempts outside of value, right? It's tried to build a base, it's failed, and then it comes all the way back down to value level. So we should see that interaction happen again, or the ability to hold, right? What can we do to identify if that's going to happen or not? Well, we can look at what these previous highs looked like, right? That was the Russell also showing POC as resistance on every single one of these attempts, as ES was testing value high. And on NQ, these same interactions were NQ failing at value high, failing at POC here, failing, right? So, and if we look at NVIDIA, what was it doing when we came? That was NVIDIA at value high, NVIDIA at value high, no, NVIDIA at POC, right? So we have a shift. There's a definite shift where we're not relying on semis as much for this push up. So if semis can hold POC, we actually do have some ability to expand here if it wants to go up. The issue is that if NVIDIA fails to break over this, right, and this is resistance, we have the Russell at our target. right? So if the Russell loses momentum and NVIDIA can't get back over POC, you're relying solely on RTY right now to carry the market up. I really want to see NVIDIA be able to hold here and pop. Or you'll have basically RTY double topping and NVIDIA failing at POC, which will lead to and another failure on ES at value high.
According to the ministry, Russian fuel market is ready for high demand season. At 1 p.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $22 billion in 30-year bonds, prior bid cover of 2.4 and a prior high yield of 4.36%. Looking at some analyst notes ahead of this auction, JP Morgan strategists flag the recent decline in yields, unappealing curve valuations, and still elevated macro uncertainty as reasons for an additional concession needed into the long end for the supply to be absorbed easily. Latest CFTC positioning data show speculators net short 58,000 long bond futures and net short 322,000 ultra bond futures, a possible source of covering demand. Primary dealers position in coupons maturing in more than 11 years was net long $43.1 billion in the week ended February 28th versus $45.2 billion average over the past year. Fitch ratings say that world growth outlook has improved, but inflation is showing persistence. So more from Fitch, they say near-term world growth prospects have improved and Fitch has raised its 2024 global GDP growth forecast by 0.3 percentage points to 2.4%. And Fitch says they expect
Tab crash.
And Fitch expects the fiscal impulse in the US to fade this year and household income growth to slow. And Fitch says the Eurozone continues to stagnate, with Germany's recession weighing on France and the rest of the bloc.
Big test here on the video as we retest the highs at our rebid reversal line. Top of our distribution as well. Either we see acceptance at this tail, right? Or this
And
will
Fitch says
continue
the German
to
economy
oscillate.
faces structural growth constraints, but it has also been hit by a string of major shocks that are unlikely to be repeated. And Fitch say they expect both the US Federal Reserve and ECB to cut rates 3 times by a total of 75 basis points by the year end.
Really keeping an eye on this
And Fitch
ES
says China's
reoffer.
property collapse continues unabated, and housing sales now look likely to fall sharply again this year.
You need to see a strong push over 38s, or this will be where our seller reoffer is on the failure to hold balance high.
At 1 p.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $22 billion in 30-year bonds, prior bid cover of 2.4 and a prior high yield of 4.36%.
We have a news catalyst in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. We need to see the bid hold this 36, or we'll probably come back down to our lows on this. right, off of the failure to hold value. 38 still being absorbed. Really watching video, seeing if it can hold here. Still failing to break over this most recent high. Find acceptance on this tail of the distribution. Again, remember we have a news catalyst in a minute and a half.
Shortly expecting the results of the 30-year bond auction, I'll lead with the bid to cover ratio, and the Treasury when issued yield comes out at the top of the hour. Treasury when issued 30-year yield 4.352% before the $22 billion auction.
NVIDIA pushing into our value high. An eye on that. Same with NQ into value high here. So far holding our 36. Yes, need to see acceptance back over this 38. 40 area on ES, or this will be continued where they absorb, right? With also NVIDIA top of our range. Need to see a break above or expect this area to maintain as want to see acceptance out of here for a shift. Hit me out.
Spot 2.47 high yield 4.331%, 4.331%. So the US sells $22 billion in 30-year bonds and awards 66.54% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 13.93%, direct 16.77%,
Yeah, the news is coming out now.
and indirect 69.29%. Seeing a little bit of downside in dollar, a little bit of upside in stocks after that.
See if we can hold. This is resistance until we find acceptance above these levels, guys. So this is a big big decision point across the entire chart.
According to Nikkei, the Bank of Japan are to discuss negative rate exit next week as
Later, Cash. So far, our value high is holding. Need to see NVIDIA be able to push above this and accept if we want any more upside. Or this will continue to be the short. Love to see NQ be able to bid here at the 60 area, right? Hold value. If we come back into it, it's going to be very hard to be bullish. But really want to see acceptance.
And Treasury Secretary Yellen says the inflation trend is favorable, but don't expect a smooth path.
The NVIDIA be able to build top and show acceptance, or again, top of range.
Oil futures extend gains, Brent crude up by $2 a barrel. And Secretary Yellen says, I expect housing inflation will come down this year.
It's fine if you did. You'll have another opportunity. But as long as NVIDIA is able to push, you should be fine, right? Like, that's the idea. You'll have another opportunity on the ability to hold value, yesterday value high, and recovery of our ETH high. Until then, we're just right back to our opening. Right? So there's no big deal. I expect this to be unless like a buyer like really steps in, right? Like we should drop here for a couple
Fitch Ratings
for a bit
cuts
while we
short-term
develop
gas
acceptance
price
at the highs.
assumptions, leaves oil prices unchanged.
Go back to our ES chart. This is where we are, right? So for that long continuation, remember, we need the buy side acceptance where we failed yesterday at break. But so far looking good with the bid. Just need to see NVIDIA be able to go that's more.
The dollar yen edges lower, trading down 0.1% at 147.52.
Watching NVIDIA here as we retest our
We have posted the full Nikkei piece on the feed for all those interested.
Okay. Morning, Ty. Is NQ testing value high? The testing value high. So we're just looking to see if we can develop acceptance here, if we put it back down into our previous balance. Of course, acceptance at the highs will allow us to expand. Failure to show acceptance will show us that we're maintaining our same balance. It's a big area.
$77 counterparties take $521.738 billion at the Fed Reverse Repo operation.
Yes, coming down to value to retest. The video is still holding. NQ at POC. Again, just developing out this area. yes, over 42's ASAP, where this will be resistance. 40, 42 area. Same thing for NQ, 60, 65, needed over that. NVIDIA is still just trying to balance up at the highs. For the same ticker type. Yeah, you just click this button here. As long as they're in the same layout, they'll sync. Yeah, that's a new button. I don't know why you'd want. Actually, Russell pushing. Need to see NVIDIA be able to actually break. So far, just holding our supportive area, but we need to see a pop. This is going to be all she wrote. NQ still rejecting value high here. POC to value high is the current range. Russell is currently keeping up. Get a pop or more upside. Hold. About 1 here on NQ. That's our high. Push above this and make this supportive. We should get breakouts. Make our NVIDIA next target. And hopefully me adding NVIDIA days helps. At least you were struggling this morning. I feel like it's been a pretty solid indication of trend. So as long as we're respecting that, we have a general idea of direction. Okay, so again, like we need to see this be a acceptance of our previous high here. And if we can do that and we can build, then we're I'm going to delete this flag pattern now that it is played. If we can make ES value high from yesterday, the 46.25, and our Globex high, supportive, again, that's where I become like actually bullish, the outside of balance. Till then, like it's going to be very hard to look for more until we see this as our supportive. Okay. Did any of you actually just play NVIDIA off of the levels? Should I do that from now on? Like keep whatever is like trending on the day, just like a regular stock ticker on for those? You guys want that? If this isn't too messy, the four pane, like I can do that from now on. Deal. I know some of you don't always want to just trade feuds, so and it can keep and I'll just make sure it's like whatever, I'll keep a sectors thing up and then we can go see what's trending and then it's like okay, well now we can play the trending stock, right? Whatever is like actually moving market. I'll have that up and then we'll have the 3 and stuff. Should be a good compromise for everyone. Yeah, yeah, for sure. It's just gotta let me know. Yeah, and that's exactly. This is our target here on NVIDIA into our Globex low, or just our overnight low. We need to see if this will become supportive. There is a lot of room if this actually will break. So this see if Russell can now hold our value. Retesting value high is supportive the first attempt. Key retesting value high here. Russell finds a bottom here at POC value high, or we can expect some larger pullbacks with NVIDIA also so far failing at our overnight low, looking like it needs to come down a bit. This buy is NVIDIA just trying to flag. Need it back over our overnight low. Yes, so far holding our 30-second opening range low. Ideally, I mean, it's good if it holds here. It's fine, but I think it coming back down into this makes the most sense. But, I mean, we're just going to have to see. Again, just flagging, so. Just kind of waiting for things to accept. To like change where the watermarks be top left. What that? That's still. There we go. Are we liking that? Don't ask for much, but please get me out of here. Ugh. The prefix? Oh. Easy. Wish streaming wasn't terrible on the wide format, or I would flip over the stream charts to my ultra wide, and then we could actually get like everything that I wanted without it looking so condensed. But it's just terrible for mobile users. Everything's way too small. Our new PVZ zone will come out in top of hour. So relatively soon, 18 minutes. looking like a 3-bar down on ES5, back down to 37.25 if we don't see a bid step in here at 39.50. It happened like SAP and be able to push. Or I'm looking at this, which looks like a move down this tail, this edge. So we need to see this continue to try to lift here. Expect something like that. Nvidia still holding, trying to build. Yes, holding our rebid reversal line. If that fails, right, we're going to come back down to POC. So need to see a strong bid above value here. I'm at 75. Russell's still just holding our AVU up. Failure to get back over 101 is going to push us back down to value low. So just kind of letting price do its thing as we come into the new hour. I'm not overtly concerned about downside yet. Seems like everything's just trying to find acceptance up at the highs. Again, like as long as Nvidia's like building and showing acceptance outside of value, there's the chance for continuation goes up tremendously. ES is probably the worst to be playing right with how mixed it is with the Russell. Everything just becomes incredibly hard because of how slow action is, right? So it makes you very indecisive. So having like a overall kind of like thesis, right, of like what you're looking for and when you're no longer bullish or, you know, bearish, I think is like paramount for days like this, because you're going to get chopped up, you know, 9 out of 10 times on entry. But as long as what you are looking for is maintaining, there's no reason to change your thesis, right? And like if you're uncomfortable on days like this, especially with choppy entries and stuff like that, right, switch over to micros and scale into a position. You don't need to over leverage on initial entry. Yeah, I feel that. I mean, you can look for shorts, right? But look for shorts at areas that have been acting as our resistance, right? Looking for shorts down here just is going to feel bad. You know, it's like, yeah. So that's like the general thing is like people will be like, oh, I missed it. Now it's like, okay, well, either this is going to like wedge, right, into value high and we'll get a break, or we'll see acceptance back below value and then we can trade back down to value low. And that's fine. But it's like, as long as ES is maintaining value high, like what's the bearish thesis here? Other than playing off of our opening range from this morning. Is it just like nonstop hunters now, Kiz? Let me open this in Chrome so it doesn't play on stream. Is it like nonstop hunters, those enemies? Yeah. Dude, if it's like nonstop hunters and spitters, like the game is gonna actually be so much harder. Spitters like one-shot you. Again,
10 minutes time at 2 p.m. Eastern, we have comments from RBNZ's Conway, who is speaking on a Kiwi Bank event. There is no text expected.
I'm looking for a push down a bit further on ES, but so far everything's holding. NVIDIA back to our rebid reversal line. We do have room down. Need to see it be able to actually like maintain over this node, or this will be our selling edge. Right? Buying node here. Absolutely nothing in between. I'm looking to see if we'll get buys into this to lift. Either this happens or we get our push over yesterday value high, and then I'll look to play off of that. Either one of these scenarios. Not too comfortable trying to take trades off of this lower edge, though, personally, until we see the further dip back down to value. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I just think it's more of like a 50-50. I sadly got stopped out of my last NU on this wick right here. So I'm waiting. Again, though, like if we could actually break over yesterday value and hold our Globex high, like there's decent upside from how much we've been balancing today. Like there will be people caught off sides. So like there's no opportunity miss here. Either we get a trade for a breakout or we don't and continue to maintain balance. It's fine. Either or. But being patient isn't a problem. Eight, 7.5 minutes until new hour. So just like putting a fixed range on, you can see how positioning is in this region. Our POC, right, like buy side is still defending this low. And this is our high. So what we're looking for here is should be pretty clear, right? 44 is our resistance. We need to see acceptance build here. And then we look for a pop over value. But buy side still defending this low at our 39.40.
In 5 minutes' time at 2 p.m. Eastern, we have RBNZ's Conway speaking on a Kiwi Bank event. There will be no text note.
Minutes till top of hour.
Shortly expecting comments from RBNZ's Conway.
charts cleaned up for hourly zones. Love to see a look over 9 hours here in NQ, and then this to up, and then hold the 5-minute structure. It's supportive. You really want to see buyers to want that. And if we can't here. Yeah, I can imagine. Q holding value high so far on retest. Just waiting on everything else to find acceptance. If we can't get back over 44s on ES, I still expect that pullback down to value high. Or I have pullback liquidity drawn or written. Nvidia is still failing to break back over our overnight low. And Q is by far the better instrument trade today. Russell isn't terrible either. I mean, the levels are pretty consistent. We have run out. But ES is just awful. Watching Nvidia here very closely. Retest a value high. Very important. See if we get a bid. This should result, whatever direction we choose from this zone, should give us an idea where we're going. We've been waiting on. Oh my god, get me out of here. Our pullback levels work, but I'm not sold yet. I need to see acceptance at the high of these ranges. Russell's still just floating around POC without it coming down. I need someone to be caught offside so that we actually have some movement. It's like going to be impossible to go anywhere without someone getting any like a liquidation wick. I am just not interested in trading molasses, even if like levels are great, right? Like, just not interested. 30 minutes to make 5 points. This is giving me the energy that the move happens in after hours. Just that ultimate FU to everyone who traded this session. I don't know, Tech. I would say up if we can, if we close above yesterday value high. Downside if we close below yesterday POC. Have you guys been able to be patient today? Sid, how's it going? Yes. Yeah, Mickey, I mean, there hasn't been a great trades this afternoon session so far, unless you're playing off of, oh yeah, I think you trade ES mostly, so yeah, it makes sense. It's nothing great at ES. Nice, nice. I haven't taken a ton of trades, I guess, but I've been sizing up at our edges to make profit, if that makes sense. So like I've had a lot more break evens and a couple losers, but like when we're at edges that have merit, that's when I've been sizing up more. And that's like the only way to kind of be, because if I'm still maintaining the same risk that I do days where I'm only trading like 1-2 contracts and like trying to be, you can't be active on days like today unless you're really in tune with the market and trading like every balance rotation. But like if we, like the Nvidia edges were great, and so I was able to size up on those, but after that, not too much. But my win rate on the day is lower than on average because of attempting, right? And days like this are very hard, especially if you're like still looking for outside of like the range itself. Like almost inverse what you're looking for. You can see like profitability is much lower. I've had to size up on the winning trades to make up for that. But like as long as you're like maintaining your risk and you have a plan in mind, like we have been able to find like pretty significant levels to play off of as long as we understand what we're trading. The Nvidia PVZ line was great, right? Clear balance push. Need to see a pushback over 904.79 here, our ETH low, or this will be the high. So if you are playing Nvidia off of that, right, our channel down, back down to value, so acceptance here. We now need to see this show acceptance on this tail of this distribution, or it will oscillate back down to the low again. So this is a great first risk off if you're trading Nvidia. Now we're looking to see if we can build a flag above. Stops or just take profit. Looking to see if we can get rid of the seller. Really great test off of value. Everything else, there's nothing unless you're trading NQ off of Nvidia. Yes, RTY is still like just chopping in between our two zones. Waiting for break. Today is almost over. True. Actual. Video catches a bid here, or projection of our overnight low. POC of this range. Need to see it hold this value low. Go acceptance above. It's just gonna come back down. God, what a boring session. Is what it is, though. So far holding our fixed range value low on NVIDIA. Want to see that continue bid there and be able to push over this. Need acceptance for this buy. In the grand scheme of things, this is not a bad day. Days like this are what lead to days that we have. Sorry if you guys can hear construction. Do.
NYMEX diesel April futures settle at $2.68 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline April futures settle at $2.66 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude April futures settle at $79.72 a barrel. That's up $2.16 or 2.78%. NYMEX natural gas April futures settle at $1.65.
Alright, let's see if NVIDIA can do it. Need to see it build on this value high. I'll let it one. We want to see this like 90-92 area hold on NQ on this rebid here. If this buyer no longer shows their hand, who just pushed spread,
Secretary of State Blinken
it's gonna be
says
rough.
there's a strong proposal on the table right now for a ceasefire, and the question is whether Hamas will take it.
Watching our NVIDIA rebid here of our 905.74 value high range that we've been targeting. I need to step it two, or all of a sudden you'll have a buyer who's like actually kind of offsides. Russell's world. Watching our NVIDIA here. Yes, RTY just pulled back to our NVIDIA, just like hold. Should be able to see a bid step in if the narrative still is intact. Nice. Yes, value high test, still holding our low of this range. Nvidia is still holding, trying to build here and show acceptance. God, this is so dead.
Brent crude futures settle at $84.03 a barrel, up $2 spot 11 or 2.58%.
As long as Nvidia is holding this low as the Russell holds value low, or sorry, this value, yeah, value low. This is our only attempt. If this doesn't hold, then this is like my last attempt at it. Russell coming down with all the energy names off of that. I want to see this bid. I want to see this bid. And that's the only thing that I see as our catalyst to get us out of here. If not, then it's a continuation of the same garbage. far playing. Need to see us over 405, so this will be a risk off. Oh my god. RTY into value here. Again, either this holds as supportive and we catch a bid off of this, or it'll become resistance, reverse the range. I just want to see buyers willing to transact in 98, 99 area on RTY and Nvidia be able to hold this overnight low. If that fails, then we fail. There's no up. There's no up. We'll come back down to like 65s on NQ. This is your POC test here on ES. Any further than that 36 area, then let's go back down to value low. Just zero interest.
According to the Financial Times, the US held secret talks with Iran over Red Sea attacks.
Watch the 88.92 area on NQ. Either they offer here, or we're just going to lift. This is where I'd want them to defend if it was going to continue down. Buyers need to get back over 92s and then make it supportive. If we fail to get back over value here, then again, I think this is it. This is your last attempt. This is how I view it. Sellers maintain this and then push down to 65s, or we back and right back the shit. Nvidia is still holding what we need to. Russell's still in our green zone. We just need to see acceptance back over 99s. For ES, I really, there's not a ton here, right? We're still rejecting. We need to get back over value here, or this will be resistance and a continuation down. Either we reject value, right? It's red. This is now either your resistance or at POC, right? So you're just kind of chopping. Either this holds as resistance or we can supportive again. If POC becomes resistance, we trade back down our for the Russell to invalidate this low, right? We need to see failure here and then continuation down, or this will be the low where buyers step in. You have bonds closing now.
So the US Energy Department says that contracts have been awarded for the acquisition of the 3.25 million barrels of oil for the SPR.
Move stops down if you're short off of 88.92 area on NQ, looking for 65s ideally. Yeah, it was like the only viable trade I saw. Now we'll see if we can hold here at this like 72, 76 area, or if we'll have to come back down. LVN is at that 60, 65. That's, of course, next target. And you've got Russell leading the show right now with the rejection of value, so just really whenever that ends up stopping. Watch us approach 81s here. Value retest on NQ. Saw our value test on the Russell as well at our 98.7. So either sellers maintain or we'll look back in, right? So far, solid short off the reoffer. Need to see a push below 72s for continuation, or you're trapped in this range. Waiting on the Russell to confirm direction here. You want to see him sweep him under the 72. Oh. Pushing into 65s now. There it is. Next risk off. We push below 60s, then we come back down to 50s. But as of right now, that's that. Hopefully, if you were unable to get in at the 88.92 area, the reoffer of value gave you an opportunity. If we show acceptance below 60s, right, then we can oscillate that previous node where 60 to 55 is what we're going to be looking for to then the offer move down. If that happens, right, then we can transition back into that 40-50 area on NQ. Think of it as got a node basically. So this either holds, right, or will make this, will push back into our previous auction. Then we can oscillate this auction. But we just need to watch to see if we see acceptance below 60s or not. Yeah, definitely can. You're relying mostly on the Russell to continue to reject this area, right? If it fails to do that, then we just come back up, retest ES value, right? Like if we hold POC, it is what it is. This is why I said that 60-65 is important on NQ. Then like again, this is your value retest here. NQ. Need to see a push above that if you want anything more. You know we have our seller sitting here. This 88 Q. Maybe if I full size this, you'll get. Do you see where we are? Does that make sense why I highlighted this as a node? and where this is our pivot between two auctions. Pivot LVN previous auction, right? So this area we either maintain, right, the low tail of this auction, or we will make this resistance and then have the potential to rotate this previous auction. So this makes for a great risk off area, understanding that if it's going to maintain, we will find buyers there. Retested value here and then Q. NVIDIA, huge push. Our node is still holding. Russell coming up in our offer now. ES into value high. So sellers really need to show their hand here on RTY, ES, and Q across the board, or we'll just continue to trade the same range, right? Again, we are at the mid of this distribution that we're trading in. We held the tail low. So either we find resistance here, right? Or we will come back up the other edge. Auction value still persists. Right back to our original short entry here at 80. Is anyone trading NVIDIA still? And the thing. At our stack target 2 here. Just gonna highlight solid. 3 is up at 1s, and then you have your ETH high at 38. Just need to see how this builds out here. Expecting a pullback. Here. Test some of this. Again, Russell still holding our seller. Need to see if we get a reoffer here on this look. We're looking for that if the seller is going to continue. We want to see them now hold this edge of this node. Buyers desperately want us to push over here to retest POC. So this was a good example of seeing a failure for the break, noticing the Russell moving down, finding a sell imbalance to then play off of, and then taking a discretionary trade based off of an actual participant stepping in and then playing directionally with them. Bias, right? Like, this is what you have to be able to do, and then understanding overall structure of why this is our risk, right? Like, if we see acceptance below here, we can expect more, but until proven otherwise, there's like, this is it. Like, that's, if you're not going to trade your edges, then you have to be able to find setups like that and be able to be fluid. We're looking to see if NVIDIA can find buyers here off this edge. Russell rejecting so far that 98.7. Need to see that continue to hold. This is where you have drawn. For shorts, you need to be very careful with ES retesting POC here as potentially supportive on this reoffer. Just be careful, especially with NVIDIA coming down into our potential low. Ideally, for short continuation, you need to see RTY below this pivot at 97.7 and then reoffer that. See the sell side step in and move that down. Just careful on this potential buyer stepping in. Yep. Again, if this 60-65 area becomes resistance, then we can look for 40-50-ish on NQ. But until then, just to respect this as the edge low until we see an offer step in, proves that we want to oscillate the previous auction. We're now looking to see if these buyers are off sides. Seller stepping in. See if they can now hold that. Gonna go to that 94. This might as well just retest Globe XI. First target there, looking for our 40s on view. Is ES value low? There's your full node oscillation, the failure to hold 60s. For continuation down, we are looking to see if ES will now make this resistance, this 27.25. We have our yesterday value low at 214.75. We look for reoffers here across the board. We're at targets until we see a push below 88s and resistance on RTY. Expect a bounce and a retest of our Globex high. Again, you're looking for ES become resistance here at this 27-28 area. If it wants more downside continuation, watch NQ into our value low. See if that will now hold as resistance. Same shit, just the other side now. Surely we're listening. That's your lost tie.
So just noting some downside moves in the indexes here, some of the larger stocks as well being hit. No news catalyst on the wires that we can see so far, but that's the S&P now down 0.2% on the session.
So same as before. 40s is our pivot, middle of the node. We make 40s supportive, we can come up in 60s. As long as 40s is resistance, we have sellers trying to find acceptance there. We're looking for a push below 310 or continuation down, right? This is our value low on NQ. So we either hold here and bid, or we look for our offer to move down on a pierce and then look for continuation. Only issue with the 4 paint is that everything is so squished. Brother, it's the Globex high. That's resistance on the Russell. And as long as you're making money, I think I don't care what you're looking at, but just understand that that's the Globex high. I'm gonna assume everyone missed the move down, right? On all legs. We're now looking to see if value is resistance for a 3-bar continuation on the 5, or if this will reverse and build above, continuation up, playing off of our value lows. There's an attempt from a buy side, a buyer here. I don't know if we're gonna be able to push above. I have an LVN that's been created and a high node here into our POC at 30. Just really paying attention to that. Keeping an eye on the Russell to see if it can go over. You have NQ something to bid at 18, our value low.
So seeing on Twitter that Biden proposes tax cuts to provide $400 a month for the next 2 years for people looking to buy their first home and trade up for a little more space.
Huge. On the old company. Oh, this is the old. We're just waiting to see which way this breaks on the 5. Again, have a potential 3-bar where we're holding the body of our previous candle. Currently trading an inside candle. We don't know if this is reverse up or if this is going to break down. Playing off of value low here on ES for acceptance from sellers and willingness to defend this area for continuation down. But until then, right, you have an inside bar below value, so a bit indecisive. I'd like to see for continuation down, yes, be able to push below these buyers here and then re-offer 28s as resistance for continuation, or the potential to come back up to retest this node. So really just relying on all of our names to kind of find that seller continue. Same time, if you want more, or walk up to our previous resistance, feels pretty likely. So just off of a failure from sellers to push us down. Again, so for continuation down, I want to see a look below and or a walk back up to like H low POC. It just feels like it'll probably. All right, here's our push up that I was talking about. Our seller reoffer S at 5 minutes. Just need to see if we can push above this or if this 33 to 37 area is going to remain resistant. And this is just from a failure from sellers to get continuation. Just have liquidity up. See if we can get a reoffer. Either, right, POC becomes supportive, and then we make this node supportive, or we look for sellers to gain this as resistance, right? Seller reoffer here, and you're looking for a look below 28 or continue down. Well, then, not much. Trade back up to this node, filling this LVN, looking for sellers to step in, and then we look for a break and a reoffer at a lower level. Right back up. Yes, POC, VWAP. You're looking for 37s to remain our offer, or we look for a push above and then for those to become supportive. Right. We are at our node. Risk off for longs, looking for supports. Push us back below and break structure, right? So Proven otherwise, though, we are making higher lows. Break of those and a shift. Right.
So we're looking now to the market on close imbalance, 75 million to the sell side.
This first short risk off, starting off with this node. Need to see a push below 28s and then offer for to find a bid here on this node. Same thing goes for NQ. If you drop the 3 area, to see a push below this 310 to 318 down. And just expect a big move out of a break of balance. Failure at the highs equals push back down to the lows usually. It's not always going to happen last hour, but you do expect a large move after chop all day. Offside traders. It just sucks that like people sit through this the entire day, but as soon as we actually start to see like an active tape, everyone's too afraid to actually trade. It feels bad. Like, what was the point of sitting here the entire day if you weren't going to actively trade when people were actually moving markets? You know? This is why I think most people should just avoid balance days. It's because you psych yourself out staring at candles that are literally just like barcoding all day. And then when trade opportunities actually come, you're too scared.
Treasury Secretary Yellen says interest rate assumptions in Biden budget plan were reasonable and consistent with a broad range of forecasts, and it seems unlikely that interest rates will return to levels as low as before COVID-19 pandemic. According to Ryan's, New Zealand seasonally adjusted median house prices are plus 1.9% in February on the previous month, and plus 3.1% in February on a year ago.
Why is this down here? I mean, you say it meant nothing, but like all we saw was just a failure for buyers to actually push off of an attempt at acceptance above. But like it does have meaning. The meaning is just the failure, right? Like the look back in is the like we know like if this doesn't hold, these guys are now all offsides. which results in a pushback down to our lows. Right? Like it's just how you're using the information, one thing. Like, yeah, it sucks on the smaller time frame, but like I wouldn't say that it doesn't have meaning. If there was an attempt and there was a failure. Right, like a node was built out. We tried to play off the longs. We saw that that wasn't going to work. Flipped script on short, played it down. Definitely has important. And like understanding this auction, these two clear distributions, right? With the 60 edge. We had our node and where it flips. And we can see that flip where like this held, it became a pivot. We then traded back up to the mid. It then rejected. It then showed as resistance, trying to get back into. Didn't work, right? That's what this candle is showing you. And that leads to a whole oscillation previous auction. We failed at the lows where value, okay, maybe this will be a better high side value. Value. So we had an auction up high where this low this was our resistance for most of the day. And this was our buy side value for most of the day before we got the shift, right? So this is what our auction looked like. For most of the day today, where we oscillated between this buy side value and this sell side value. We saw a shift where this sell side value became where buyers were willing to participate. That's what became this 60 to 65 level became pretty important, where this was where we were looking to see if we were going to get breakout continuation and acceptance above, and we didn't for a lot of the day, where this just rotated in between these areas. We saw in the afternoon, NVIDIA was able to break out acceptance over our seller, right? And then all of a sudden, this sell value became our buy side value for this upper node, right? Now all of a sudden, all of these attempts, we're bidding off of it, off of this low. This. And so then we traded in this upper distribution. As soon as we see that there is zero drive to push higher than this, we need to watch this pivot. Why this pivot became so valuable, because all of a sudden this buy side was no longer present. We got our test here. We looked for those offside sellers, or sorry, offside buyers. We looked for the offer to push down. We saw a seller step in to defend this low, right? And then push price. As soon as we see this and we see a failure for buyers, to initiate and push back up, right? Where are we going to go? Well, we know that previous buy side value is down here. So as soon as we show no interest at the low tail of this distribution, what's going to happen? Well, we look for sellers to defend this edge, and then we look to play back down to where value is. This is why I flipped. Because as long as we understand how these work, where we're looking for rotations in this area, and as soon as we see that this buyer is no longer interested here, it's like, okay, well, now we just watch to see if that seller is. Because if that seller is interested, we know where we're headed. There's nothing here. And the reason why at the end of the day, actually, let me just go make this full screen. The reason why I'm not looking for short continuation here, why I said to risk off shorts into this 28.75, is because we know it's the same logic. Again, we know a buyer is here. Until we see that this buyer is no longer interested, he's creating this node here. Okay, so first of all, we know this is our seller offer. This is where our POC is. This is where our giant sell candle came in. So as we come up and fill this imbalance, we're watching to see if sell side is present here. So understanding that until we see acceptance and the ability to hold POC and look above, we shouldn't be looking for anything. There's no buy here. There's only playing with the seller back down to where our buyer value is. And the only short continuation trade is if this buyer is now off sides and we break these higher lows, and then we look for the reoffer, just like at that 60.65, where now we're playing with the idea that this buyer is now off sides and a seller is willing to defend for a continuation down. So this became your risk off for shorts until we saw that look below and reoffer, because we clearly see someone attempting to bid off of this level. And there's only so much I can do in real time while like I can tell you what I'm looking for, but it's like as soon as we start to see someone actionable on the tape and accelerating price, we play with them, and then we just play the edges that have been developed. I hope that makes sense. I understand that today could be a huge struggle, but like again, like these days give you opportunities to really analyze our structure, build out solid levels, and make a plan, right? We have to have two plans, upside and downside. Upside plan was what? Well, what were we looking for? Bullish on acceptance over yesterday value high. Never did it, right? Russell had to come in and bid at the lows and with NVIDIA for a push up, or we're going to get divergence. So until we see that acceptance outside of yesterday's balance, like we can only hope for a breakout. But if a breakout doesn't occur, that doesn't mean we just don't take a trade, right? Like if breakout doesn't occur, if buyers aren't willing to participate, like, okay, well, shit, there's only one place we're going to go, and that's back down. So as soon as we start to see that participant step in, it's like, okay, we have now a level and an area to play off of. And this is the same thing for this 88 to 92 is that shift, first shift. What was I looking for here for, yeah. We're looking for NVIDIA to hold and bid up And at that same time, we were looking to see if the Russell was going to be able to hold our pivot. We had labeled as pullback. We saw an attempt, but not too much initiation. And then we saw our seller step in and then make this area resistance. So it's like, if the Russell still wants to keep coming down, we don't have the fuel that we need to make this upside make sense. We have a mixed market with Russell leading down. So, like, you know, like, again, if trading balance and not, like, if this isn't your kind of market, I totally get it. But then don't sit here the entire day. Just wait for days that have movement and actual participation. Don't do that to yourself. There's no point. You don't have to trade every market. Some people love balance, some people hate balance, but like, understand, if you have the patience for it, it can pay off big. If you don't have the patience for it, it's going to be your worst performing day over and over and over again, because you're looking for something that doesn't exist. All right, I just wanted to give a little review because I feel like a lot of people weren't participating at the end there when I actually started to like live narrate. And I'm sorry that I was just talking NQ. I can't, it's hard for me to do everything at once. I think this is a great example on ES though, if you are looking at it, where we have an attempt, right, and a failure at our value here. And then we see buyers attempting at our POC. We retest our value, see no ability to push through, right? And then we see acceptance at our POC for a push down. So it's a failure off of the hold of our value. We have a test at our value high. We're looking for continuation. We don't see it. We see our AVWAP holding as resistance, and we see a continuation down, push to our POC. So as soon as we start to see this failure to get back up off of a value high breach back in, like, we need to just understand, like, until we push back above this level and show it as supportive, there's no long here. It's only now looking for sell side acceptance back into our range. Same thing on ES. This level becomes incredibly important. If we lose value high, we're seeing a loss from buyers to show acceptance at the highs. We will then come down to oscillate our node. At the end of the day, it's still balanced, right? We had a failed break at the highs. All right, tomorrow's a new day. If you didn't perform well today, it's not a big deal. We should have some more movement tomorrow. Got news. Yeah, I don't know. I'll be here tomorrow. You know the drill. If you have any questions, if you have concerns, if you have comments, feedback for today, if I did something wrong, if it wasn't clear, please let me know in DMs.
Cash equities markets. Just going to give you guys a quick market
Yep.
today.
Peace.
So stock retreated from all-time highs with a few big techs falling as traders waited for inflation and